Даже не вспомню, на чем все закончилось в прошлой трансляции. Ну, видимо, на чем-то все-таки закончилось. Кто звонил участок исследователь? А, точно, я вспомнил.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Still no word, I'm afraid, sir.
Охуенно.
57.
In the cabin, you see...
Hola, Wandering Man.
This is the night watchman's booth. Take it. It's just there. Who cares? It's not like any...
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic. Try not to wear it with other similarly colorful clothes.
+1. Национальный город Реваншоль. А нахера?
This is the night watchman.
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larry. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes. Wisdom withers if not shared. Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that, yes?
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about, and he doesn't care either.
Promising, raise pupil.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is. I just don't know anymore.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme. Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have? Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for... Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
It's you again. What is it? A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never...
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mister?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
It's like you said, Al. Copper's coming up with this on the spot.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What?
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to save me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were great witness.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
Охуеть. Нужно 16, а у меня минус 2 авторитета. Ну что ж, это неплохо. Прям хорошо. Прям, блядь, заебись. Только не говорите, что мне теперь нужно будет натягивать всякие шмотки.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Does Kuno care? Kuno does...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face!
So it's a girl. Interesting.
What do you see?
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Вообще идей ноль. Бабо есть, идей нет. Окей.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be...
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulture Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize lousy or... I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities.
Нахуя они? Вот просто даже издалека не могу представить.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular sword.
Чтобы что, блядь?
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Oh, crime, robberies, murder. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person.
Точно нет.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. A map.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They all...
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Ну давай, блядь, пиздить все подряд, нахуй, да? На технику у меня только перчатки. 108% шансов мало. А стоит она хуйню купить.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings. I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map... Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
This large map, Ozon, disintegrating. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a 850. The ocean connections. You have little, perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. The north cup to the east, roll Hudon. It's so no. This is... The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on your finger moves through the various streets. Across Rue, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing. Although the...
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of...
I can't have have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Оригинальненько.
Shelves full of biographies of
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least... The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess our Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach, steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the eye. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day. Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Nero presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Что значит сильным?
Incorrect again. While she originated many modern, even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again?
Франко Негро.
Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule. but at the same time ended serfdom and established. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, there seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
Степан презренный, блядь.
Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest, instead of the despotic Eremno past. Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Mawindi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ilmaran mountain. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the most famous and important of these was Erenau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. I've got it, honest. Of course, this is my thing, the reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro. 0 doubts. While it was actually her. Incorrect.
Ах ты сука.
Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad.
Энциклопедия, ты че, серьезно, блядь?
Yes, obviously. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back, and more beautiful, and more. Congratulations on finishing the test. An F for failure. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you?
Okay. You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No. The greatest innocence. Browsing through your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? It seems rather unfair to try again after you already know the answers. But sure, if this... Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. Nothing much as the first. Question 2. Who was easy? Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Correct. Franco Negro. Question 3. Got it under control. No problem. Solid. Correct. The most final stretch. You've come so far and learned. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything from inter-esolary travel and more beautiful. And congratulations on finishing the test. An A. All correct. Impressive. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Баранство. И это все для нахуя я ее купил? Четкий план.
Shelves filled to the brim.
Блять, я балдею нахуй с этой игры. Окей. Сколько тут было грубой силы? Да хуя грубой силы. У меня нет столько грубой силы. Я тут, скорее всего, попытаюсь и надорвусь. Да. Fuck that.
Oh, it's you again.
А, да, 3.
Are you looking for a die?
А, да, 14. Трепет.
Oh, it's you again.
Хоть подбухивай нахуй. Не, 14 больно дохуя. Просто овер дохуя. Я столько опыта не получаю, сколько требуется. Вкачивать навык. Просто какой-то пиздец. Моя энциклопедия -1. Я знаю, но охуеть, блядь. Чтоб я тебя еще раз слушал. Ну, трепет плюс 3. И чё?
Oh, it's you again.
42%.
Are you looking for a die?
Да, давай.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one.
Все, спасибо. Все чудесно, все прелестно. Все ужасно, хорошо. Я думаю, одену, блядь, мне пизду потом как не дадут за эту хуйню. Кажется, лучше вот так.
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded with. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles Cadran mosaic tiles. Very persistent.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I fear I've told you all I know. It's an Oranese map of the waterways. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop. What would you like to know? Officer.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boats are. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. What we...
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely... She nods.
Of course. The scat.
Don't let her answer it herself.
To answer your question, yes, they were organized by Wild Pines. The contractors picked them up from Jamrock and drove them over. This is standard practice. The company reserves the right to man its stations. Everard, of course.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo, of course. I'm glad you are.
Disappear.
Yes.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name. And indeed, the point of the...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be
Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
Ну и... Где эта ебаная проверка? Видимо, она проебана, но все равно висит. Да, Джойс, миссия полицейская, концептуализация, да, конечно. Да, охотно верю. Зайти в библиотеку и купить еще какую-нибудь дурацкую книжку. Что вариантов не остается, кроме как тратить бабло.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
The edges of the pages arched. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations. The jacket copy proclaims, "Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Terrible. He is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Heimdall be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?" You open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Good God, this is some retrograde stuff. When was this shit written? You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdalla tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear. Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. The steel muscles of Man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home. A passage reads, "The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand. I have grand plans for you, Man from Heimdall." She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. "First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious This is beyond primitive.
Это хуже, чем просто примитивно.
What do you even know about literature? Have you ever read a book in your life? This is not just another book. It's Man from Heimdall, and it's done with you. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Блять, в пизду вы чё? Гоните? Нахуя? Вообще связь не вижу. Вообще не одупляю.
You keep coming back. Everything's
That ride is fucking. Hey, piss. Look who he is.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
Ебать, конструкция все еще жива.
The old monument is...
Lowman, you called me.
Тупо нехуя видеть.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, Pat.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits. All the old... You see rows of toy soldiers, big men, alone. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and...
This is what the loyalists...
Which ones? Ah.
Такие добрые, веселые варианты есть. Никакие ломать проверки нахуй.
The trap is poor things.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your...
Tequila Sunset.
Нихуя. Шо нахуй.
The legend returns. You know the dance. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me £4 to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for £3 if you want it.
Don't say it.
Be careful, it's extremely flammable. One spark...
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time you don't remember the last. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde and...
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? So what do you want then?
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now.
Finally came to your senses, buddy boy. Ain't nobody else gonna give you a price like that. Had to let life squeeze you to get that, huh? Sure, friend. People are just so impatient these days. So that'll be £3 from your pocket to mine. And at this price, you're practically robbing me. Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Ай, блядь.
Uncle.
There's...
По лесам, по полям делает. Синий трактор едет к нам. Ёбаный вас в рот. Хули тут делать-то, блядь? Пошли вам отделы проверки. Пошли вам отделы проверки. Почему бы и не да? Глядишь, и 20% сыграют. И 10, и 9, и 3, и 5. В кавычках, в скобочках, хуй. Понеслась.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Эквилибристика невозможно.
Goodbye, officer.
Давай, хуля. Эквилибристика. Других вариантов вообще нет. Другие люди бы на моем месте уже закончили эту игру, потому что в ней нет движения вперед. Абсолютно. Как в жизни. Нихуя не поделаешь. Тупик, мать его. Либо, блядь, соглашаться на всякую хуйню, тогда это полностью ломает стереотип игры о свободе выбора. Тут нет свободы выбора. Значит, нужно соглашаться там вскрывать дверь. И другая хуйня. То есть идти по стезе. Ну чё, хихеры? Давай, 8%, поехали.
You close your eyes and dream of the shape.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Goodbye, officer.
Следующее.
Welcome back.
Здесь на скорость реакции тебе нужно?
Welcome back.
Охуеть. Да. А у меня из одежды на скорость реакции только новые штаны. Ну это прям перепроверяю. Минус. Это прям грустно. Нужно просто жить и ждать. И сесть на лавочку до конца и смотреть каждый день, что изменяется. Правильно? В этом вся игра. Ну да, это мой максимум. Давай.
Welcome back.
O pasado de agente. It flutters by your ear.
Ебануться, пальцы гнутся.
It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he... What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind. It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs, else they might get unhappy. Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dad-wise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
Yo, man. What's on your mind? Man, what's on your mind?
Схуяли такие большие шансы. Сколько у меня концептуализации, если там 16, блядь.
Aggressive, monotonous, but also somehow sacred, primitive, yet futuristic, like a machine, man. Nothing exists but the here and now. All are one purpose. All you've managed is a little.
Чудно. I'm loving it.
Yes, what is it?
Минус 10. Охуенные очки для логики. Прям топ. Хуя какие подсказки пошли. Я вроде с ней все обговорил, но видимо недостаточно. Ух ты. А в такой шапке логика, блядь, мое все. Хорошо. Тимофей гонит подсказки, поступая не
Yes, what is it?
честно.
The swallow, you mean? What about it? Yes, that's what led me here. Exactly. What do you...
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydrotons, but honestly, it's not progressing very well. Yes, that's what led me here. Exactly. What do you...
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm... Exact. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere...
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place...
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure?
Maybe. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just the offside copy you brought me helps, but you know what? It would be great if you could... Great. Thanks. No? Yes. And... No, you're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. So you do know something about... No. Besides...
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see Ream prefects in every police department, for example.
No! I was actually aiming for the military-grade RAIM Rational series, but couldn't find. I used the A... Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power... I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied, but it's not the cheapest one on the market. Anyway...
She liked to tell me this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core.
Could you just... shh... for a moment? Or get to the point? I really need to focus on... They are connected...
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Great.
Если она рассказывает, то она мне не рассказала.
No? Yes. And... I don't care. I don't care about GrabNet. I brought them here. So you do know something about computers. No. Besides...
No, actually, it...
I know of Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIM Civic. So it's kind of a ripoff. So you do know something of... No, Besides...
No, actually, it...
I know a Prefect is made... I use the AR... Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers. Then you certainly know that all radio computers perform operations on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, it's all around...
Like love.
I guess it is, but it's not... Anyway.
She liked to tell me this. It calmed her nerves.
Great.
Ой, беда, блядь.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder come!
Нужно ли мне говорить? Игра, в которую нужно играть перебором, что это не лучшее качество игры. Блядским просто перебором, блядь. Ну это ж... Ну это... Нет, это... Нет.
You're back. Good. I fear I've told you. The sailor's soul would use... The sailor's soul... Quite a few...
What next?
Then he made Revachol.
The old world.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tutu should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
Ну, это понял. Это я выбираю то, что не хотел
You
выбирать.
will be careful, man.
Quite a few.
What next?
Then he made his way to Revachol.
The old world.
You said you...
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Ага. Я устройство мира все перечеркал. Я ж задачу выполнил по устройству мира. И да, сейчас я просто взял задачу, которую брать не собирался. Так. Тара-тара-та. Чем вы занимаетесь? Скажите подробнее. У меня еще остались вопросы по поводу своей реальности.
More lessons in basic
А,
reality.
вот они где. Охуенно.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Ну вот где они прятались. Логичненько.
Glad to have been of assistance.
В устройстве мира. Странное дело. Так.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, Yes, he lost his mind, Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, Emil. He pulls it out slowly. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to...
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
Чудно.
Glad to have been of...
Чудесно. Какая нахуй риторика учения? Концептуализация, блядь. Где мне галстук? А, галстук был на трепет. Ну, вроде концептуализация ничего не уменьшает. Окей. Давай делай проверки.
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
20. Пойдет. Неплохие шансы. Воу.
What is all of this?
20%.
The sound.
Невозможно успех. Охуеть. Про какую серость? Кого спросил?
What world?
Я? Что-то не видел такого вопроса.
The only one, I suppose.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Это типа я сейчас спрашиваю, что все это запах, звук, воздух? Я полагаю, мир един, это мир материи, противоположность серости. Интересно, если бы я 20% успеха с концептуализацией не поимел, то что бы она мне ответила? Ее разум скользит.
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest arrangement the atoms had in them.
Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Блять.
Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Nothing more, nor...
Yes. He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes. That means not de jure. Permit me to... And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course. Of course. How else? Of course. Anything to help. I am sorry to have been the... More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among...
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez, you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for if unimportant? As I said, the mineral rights were all they are what anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah, or two. A pre-revolution. This one used to mostly splats.
You could be wrong.
Wonderful. What world?
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of...
It must be. This is the greatest.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century. Elysium. Not in this. It isn't enough to call us animals. Even animals. They're like you and I suppose. Living organisms don't identify. It does. A term of hatred that originates like... Oh. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tablet.
ORG. Oxidant Revachol Group.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface.
Охуеть,
There are
блядь.
grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or to speak, I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positive, but this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut,
Не скажите мне,
bring
что
us
с тобой
together.
перебор.
However naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunity.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of...
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has... Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Ага, и все. Сила воли +1. Ничего не уменьшает и ничего не дает. Обида. Обида.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleagues seem okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of... Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the most disco thing you will ever see. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pay.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale...
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the West, it was everywhere. Even then,
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
gone like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Блять, уже. Очень поэтично.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions, I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion, yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Хуйня.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... Your colleague, Lieutenant Kisaragi, is competent. I checked up on him. And you have me.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have...
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Good luck, detectives.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and that is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the soap. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Pussy state that is Revachol? Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, 98% of all your money.
98% твоих денег.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Согласиться на чуть-чуть. Давай.
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates.
Учитывая, что я коп, блядь, и работаю, блядь, за чужие налоги, блядь, то вот то, что вот тут не полное получается. Я ж, блядь, не создаю, не продаю.
Yes.
Гениально, конечно, пиздец. Че, привет, полицейская волна? Попробуем еще одну белую проверку с тем типами двумя. Или там новые мысли, блять, по новым мыслить. Мне нужно качнуть их и пробовать. Подкачивать и пробовать, пробовать и подкачивать. Видимо, так это делается. Хуяли у меня, блядь, боевого духа стало прямо в 5. А здоровья как не было, так и нет. Кстати, да, группу сил бы покачать, раз на то пошло, но... Выбираем по обстоятельствам, а не по желаниям. Господи Иисусе. Ну, попробуем. Блять, там было 2 плаща на полицейскую волну. трепетом давать. Три плаща. Давай тогда вот этот с визуальным анализом, ебать. Что на самообладанием скорости реакции. Ну все, полицейская волна, насколько можно. Настолько можно. Логика, авторитет. Бабочка, конечно, очень весело. Все? Серьезно? Йоу, пацан.
Again? He might be wearing a disguise. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment we are police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime, bro.
Come on, stop it.
Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I. Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Накуль дерьмом.
Exactly. No. Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's... So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably...
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? God fucking shit.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Блять, какая хуйня. А если по-другому?
I'm going to... Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter.
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
What was with that, sir?
Well, I guess I...
Cut the shit. Every second you stand here running your mouth, the case grows colder.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are.
I just want to do my job, that's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
Again? I can't believe...
Чудно. Так. Ну я так и не понял, нахуя они до конца. Они еще следят за тем, как я работаю. Типа, блядь, внутренняя полиция, но почему патруль? Хули он, блядь, ебет мне мозг. Троллит, сука. Есть за что. Ладно, надо курнуть. Турум-пум, пурум-пум-пум. Так. Теперь поблизости можно загнать, сгодить. Так, здрасте, чё
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
No.
What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate.
Uh-huh. Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RC.
Трудовая организация, но... Как долго пиздовать, как долго пиздовать. Долго пиздовать, как долго пиздовать. Блять.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
Я свернул эту лавочку. Какую... Это про то, что алкоголь, блядь, не надо в борщ?
What? Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it, and I'm sure you made the right call. I spend the whole day delegating. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me. Funny. That doesn't ring any bells.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
Oh, that a Sal. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some melodic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to, the drugs they do?
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found, God knows where, to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Estelle is the daughter of Miko the kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you? Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you?
Все, спасибо. Ты помог. Получить копейки опыта. Уебываем нахуй. Дверь я все равно открывать не хочу, это уже. Крайние меры. Дверь стоит попиздить.
You're back before the
да.
cargo container.
Риторику прокачать.
Its draw has not lessened.
А у меня пока еще мало. Тем более, что я планирую дальше увеличение. Хотя, слушайте. Да, сейчас к лидеру недостаточников пойдем пизды получать. Не хотел, но взялся, надо. И мы недалеко, почему не получить пиздюлей? И не затеять заваруху нахуй. Да беги там нахуй. Затеем заварушку. Затеем заварушку. Еще у меня шапка на логику, минус восприятие. Сила. А, так я еще даже в этой броне, блядь, охуеть. Я вдвойне пизды сейчас получу. Здорово, друг.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Don't think so. Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth, hard as a stone, but beneath it.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
What it means.
In what must have been Seminine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush in Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching. Employed
with some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making up. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits might.
Something stirs in your stomach.
No, I was in the domain, in Jambrock, being a bouncer. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But... Go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Похуй.
Free flow of commerce!
Fucking bug.
A punch is not imminent, but it's being cocked. You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it will.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his...
Чудесненько. Что там на карте, блядь? Что за восклицательные знаки? Пиздец. А чё? Мне чё, снова, блядь? Да вы гоните. Ну-ка, иди сюда. Ему чё?
Right to work!
Понятно. Что, нужно было дать ему фотокарточку? Эта миссия была выполнена. Нелогично. Так, что у нас еще? Хардкор. Доллар из Дрей, татуировки жертвы, знаете, в серийном номере хуй, там поднимите свой авторитет в глазах Тита. Сообщите об убийстве, если пиздец. Исследуйте танцы, это мне нужно, блядь, тогда... Похоже, жирный говорит про эту дверь и про ту, которая сзади. И, видимо, если я беру задачу, он мне подсказывает, как с ней справиться, правильно? А если я не беру, то у меня остается ебаное здание, которое висит хуевую гору лет. Чё-то как-то, блядь, так себе. Ладно, чуваки, похоже, мне нужны ваши куртки, блядь.
That ride is... Hey, piss... Look who it is.
14.
Shrunken cophead material.
Давай. Раз мы уже поперли, блядь, ломать проверочки и творить дичь, то почему бы не творить дичь, когда руки развязаны? Так, сумрак, сука, где-то там есть еще. Где-то вроде еще был. Ну, видимо, это максимум, на что я способен.
That ride is... Hey, piss... Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying.
Why?
And what kind of business is that exactly?
The lieutenant notices your agitation and opens his mouth to speak.
Okay, we get it. You look like total shit. We look flashy as hell.
You didn't say that.
Блять.
The lieutenant looks down at his bomber jacket and shrugs, obviously content with his uniform.
Fine. Fuck it. Here. Take it then. I can't handle this sad shit.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called Wow. I did not see that coming.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
No. He's like a volunteer lawyer. You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what they...
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
I'm not wearing that jacket. I don't think this case requires us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all. The need will not arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before...
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Чё, блять, произошло? Хуй с вами. Окей. +1 драма, -1 авторитет. Насрать на все. Постойте, я что-то детектив. Блять, окей. Какие-то типы сплавились. Я, блядь, не очень понимаю, нахуя, но, блядь, пойдет так. Сумрак, наверное, позволил бы забрать обе куртки. Может быть, вторая куртка была прикольнее. Хотя я сейчас выгляжу как идиот. В солдатских штанах, блядь, древних со старика. В какой-то, блядь, хуйне, в шапочке, хуяпочке.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to a...
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners. They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
По чесноку или, блядь, в игру играть?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners. They'll never be skulls, but...
She throws you a
Фу-фу-фу-фу-фу-фу-фу. Нет. Уже нет. Нет, нет. Авторитет хуй наберем. Окна кафетерия. Еще не время. Лилина рыбачка. Слишком много нужно. Штанга. Грубая сила. Легендарная. Где я ее возьму? Трепет. Проебал, по-моему, уже. Да, дверь в церковь, грубая сила. Не нужно. Сона, программистка, логика немыслима. Вот это сейчас уже заниматься. Поэтому бегом. Бегим, бегом. Бегом. Займем еще одну куртку, которая дает мне драму. Да, маршировать, конечно, приходится дохуя. Я так понял, что-то мне навык уменьшает, что там увеличивает, если я какие-то знания делаю. Открываю для себя чего-то. А также они помогают в прохождении сюжета местами. По крайней мере, помогло с тем самым, с расистом. Или нет. Или оно и так не помогло. Без него. Можете дать куртку саный пидор? Или выслушать историю про...
Tequila Sunset.
Но учитывая, что ты, блядь, забываешь все на следующий день, чувак. Дети. Детям можно... Да, детям можно было бы купить игру.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
Но я не знаю, как вывести разговор на эту хуйню, блядь. Девочка наверняка, блядь, мне мало что скажет. От слова нихуя не...
Hello, mister. Bye.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
Phasmid?
Wait, what if this is the fishing rod situation all over again? Fine, it's not a phasmid. It's not even organic. Just a fire iron resting by the fireplace. But where's your...
Охуеть. Было прикольно, если бы я, наверное, прыгнул и сапнул. Тупо, странно, но прикольно. Genius. Логика. Я взываю к тебе. Или там, нет, там концептуализация же была. Или логика. Секунду.
Yes, what is it?
Логика. Блять, куда это все переместилось? Не тот же порядок был. Он постоянно меняется из-за того, что я одеваю, снимаю вещи. Самое логичное, что можно было нацепить. Это вот такой вот, блядь, бомжатский плащ. Даже нет. Че, пиджак? Вот такую шапочку, да. Хотя нет, вот эта шапочка. Хотя можно, блядь, нарядиться в солдатика, но тут, блядь, все знают солдатика, по идее. Было бы очень странно. Было бы очень, очень странно.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere in a long forgotten discussion behind the kitchen table.
What? But Hale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Then, what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the pale is...
Нихуя не понимаю, градиент.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We are here, and the pale is not. I understand. A theory of the pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long... and information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects?
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the...
knows how to think this.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthropometric scientists. Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
Блять.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell them.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the sky.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team.
Man, you will certainly...
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah! Once the light is on...
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
Да. И что в этом расследовании делать? Тита уговаривать авторитетом? Если это все, что можно с этим делом сделать, то это дело, блядь, не наше.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there. But I had completely... It must be anthroponetic crosstalk. The one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pay right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything, anytime.
Да охуеть, ну и мирок у вас, ребята. Не, откровенно пиздец. Вообще ебануться. Это, блядь, антиутопия какая-то. Совсем уже. Чем дальше, тем сложнее и злее.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
Техника. Ну что ж. Техника. Не так много шмоток у меня на технику. Я бы сказал, нету практически. Но проебывать белые проверки я уже решил, что буду это делать. Поэтому вперед и с песней. Что, серьезно? Чудно. Чудно. Прелестно. Замечательно. Инструменты мне технику никакую не добавляют. Только если прикурить, да? К таким вещам я не знаю. Подсаживаться на наркотики, чтобы выполнить миссию, это, конечно, сильно.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing, but you can try to make something up anyway. The young man bobs his head to the music.
Отлично.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Why? That does seem to be a problem. The mother.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Карта на стене. Я чё? На какой стене? Что, блять, как это было проебано? Не понял. Шутки юмора. Спящий, не спящий. Томми де Леон. Хуй там что сделаешь. Тит Харди, понятно все. Окно кафетерия, не время. А когда время будет? Лилиан Рыбачка, понятно. Штанга, блядь. Проебана дверь в церковь. Тут уже, блядь, не нужно ничего. Карта на стене. у нас хотя бы все. Там типок за responsibility. И чувак с этим самым, с ребенком. Знаний хуй... О. Способы косвенного налогообложения. Уборка в комнатах. -2 сумрак. Но сумрак мне больше не нужен. Пока. Плохая у меня память. Откровенно.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime. What do you mean, the actual source? Earlier, you told me there was no curse. What?
She wasn't expecting this. At least not the word intraponitic.
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponitic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't...
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
Я хуй знает, как защититься от серости, блядь.
Yes, you've certainly done your part. I've come so far. I can't give up, especially now that Annette is settling in at school again. She's finally making friends in this place. No, we can't leave Martinez. We can't. Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Так, ну раз уж мы уже решили, что следующую хуйню мы потратим сюда. Не знаю нахуя. На королевство совести. Не знаю, что это даст. Пущай будет. А, чё, у меня еще есть? Нет, нету. Проебано, благополучно. Белые проверки, да, я же сказал, что белые проверки я буду, блядь, вертеть на одном месте. Ну что ж, раз на то пошло, поехали. Грубая сила. Хотя это, наверное, по любой порогу пригодился. Сейчас чувствую, блядь, если спинку сломаю. И на этом игра окончится. По-моему, четкий план. Умереть под гателей. Ладно, авторитет Гентеля не важен. Тогда вот футболку. Больше все? Наверное, я могу открыть новую вещь, если одену мундир. Тогда смогу понять больше старикана, но это не точно. Но это не точно. Со штанишками такого не произошло. Ну что ж, грубую силу у него вроде никто не отнимает больше. Так что поехали.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Понеслась.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through that back door.
Логика, спасибо тебе, блядь, но логика, извини, мы решили на тебя хуй забить.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running. It clears your head.
Спасибо. Спасибо, спасибо. Всё. Блять, фонарик.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real. I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, man. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
Just Martinez? In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully. Oh, it's you again.
Так. А теперь что за картина на стене? Карта на стене. Про какую карту имеется в виду? Ту, которая вот здесь внизу? Вот один. Вот эта карта.
This old fire, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic radio frequencies, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system. Perhaps. They must have had massive air width. These things don't come cheap. Someone, a conductor, whoever a list of all of this is, there's no way.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly.
Nothing. This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles Kajran mosaic tiles. Very history classes, students with their
Или вот эта карта. Сука. Карта на... А, ебать! Я понял. Все, спасибо. Вот карта на столе.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map.
Что я не нашел проверки?
Several maps have been attacked. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of this large map. Ozone disintegrate. In the northeast, a dust mite that you can. Lost little. The ocean connections. 8 and...
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinet. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not? I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable, though they... Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
The north to the east, rolling Hudo.
Да.
It's so no.
Там была проверка, которая уже сделать, ну, на то, чтобы спиздить карту вместо того, чтобы покупать. Понятно. Все, вопросов больше не имею. Поэтому спящий, томиллиом можно еще и головомера нельзя. То есть томиллиом еще осталась проверка. Кит Харди. Окно кафетерия. И Лильен. Остальное все проверки несуществующие. Ну что ж, да. Давай тогда дальше ломать. Все равно у нас по заметкам чё? Проебано. Невозможно. Непонятно. Не время, походу. Это можно проебать. И эмпатию можно проебать с чуваком. Да, чувак? Одежда, эмпатия. Да, еще нужно надеть мундиру, посмотреть, что произойдет. Буду светить фонариком в ебало.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
8%? Неплохо.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
I'm okay, man. Just...
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct. Damn. It's tricky business looking into something.
Так. Ну что ж, Харди, настало твое время, блядь. Возьму только свой добрый мусорный пакет. Хотя нет, лучше взять монтажку в руки для убедительности. И нужно одеться в авторитет, да? Там, если ошибаюсь, был именно авторитет. Правильно, так вот пишется. Тит Харди, Тит Харди, Тит Харди. Вот он. Авторитет. Немыслимо. Ну, окошко-то смысл ломать, когда не время написано. Нужно узнать время. Когда будет время, тогда и сломать. Интересно, что дает авторитет, блядь. Ничего. Ничего не дает авторитет. Ребята. Видимо, нужно бухаться, да? Да, блядь, нет. У меня же была нормальная какая-то рубашка. Без побочек. Ладно. В майке грубой силы. Чётенько, блядь. Теперь авторитет хотя бы не в заднице. Но я выгляжу как идиот. Как это сочетается? Не знаю. Чувак.
It's you again. What is it?
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Концептуализация. Идешь ты нахуй, вот что я тебе скажу. Вот это полная хуйня. Повернулся. Блять, ну, блять, пизду поехал.
Why? This is not what he thinks it is. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either. Yes, you. Stop talking out loud. You sound like you're unraveling.
What in the name of fuck up?
I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus? What is...
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Уже интересно. И что же?
Silence. He tilts his head to the side.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth. I want to point it at them. Everyone knows how to do that. You're a special man. You're going to point it at yourself. Go ahead. Show them.
Вот это пиздец, блядь.
What are you doing?
Fellas, you getting any of this?
Сука, надеюсь, автосохранение недалеко. Это же полная хуйня, блядь. Это просто полная хуйня. Ныть. Ныть. Ныть.
What in the name of motherfuck?
Acidic taste on your lips. Corrosive. Once as a child, you put your tongue against...
The fuck is he saying? Some insane...
Nothing. Give me the gun.
Сука, ну это такая хуйня, ёб вашу мать. Такой пиздец, блядь. Не вариант, не вариант, не вариант. Хуёвейший вариант. Наименее хуёвейший вариант.
Thank you. Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner likes to play these jokes. He's what you call dark.
He is infinitely grateful to have that gun back on his belt right now.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in...
I knew he wasn't gonna do it, though. I knew he'd pussy out.
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later, he has that look.
Do not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men.
Again, it was a dark joke. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Jogging around seems to have a positive effect on you.
Заебись. Ладно, блядь. Не самый худший способ проебать, блядь, белую проверку. То каким, блядь, считает, что ёбнутый, блядь.
Behind the dockworker, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes grown into a single...
Каким
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be? The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it. Yes, well, I was able to recontextualize it as a dark joke. I will not... I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation tactics, but I want you to understand that was too extreme. We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions can. No need to apologize. Just keep your gun out of your mouth and we'll be alright. Let's move.
Чудно, блядь. Гениально. Мне больше не хочется проебывать проверки, блядь. Что у нас? Лилиан Рыбачка проебанный. Проебать проверку. Окно кафетория там даже смысла нет. Даже, блядь, нахуй в пизду. Головомер нельзя, спящий нельзя, створ... Чё, я могу снова со створкой попиздошить? А нужно? Поздравляю. И мы снова в тупике. Ждать следующего дня. Блять.
East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
Обидно, когда нет выбора. Очень. Скоро я начну. Блять, если дело дойдет до того, что я начну клянчить бабло, это будет уже даже не смешно.
C'est unpromising. its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
А теперь я не понимаю. Это обнаружены белые проверки. Проверки на белом фоне сейчас доступны. Серьезно? А мне говорят, что нет.
No reply. The knot produces a hollow. You turn to your left. The lieutenant considers your action.
Ладно. Здорово, чел. Я снова к тебе.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today? A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you...
And just like that, it's happening. The roller coaster is moving. Too late.
Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss?
This jacket makes you feel strong, as if your blood is mixing with that of the venerable Philippian loyalists of old. Apologies, you're right. The need for a strong central government has always been clear to you. It's time to clean up the streets and restore the city to its former glory, whether you like it or not.
Здесь мундиру, блядь, поговорить с этим самым. С качкопусом.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the Whirling in Rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you because he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for... Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people, or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other...
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. A none of the above kind of man. No harm in being that. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could, effortlessly, go even wider, if need be, an endless torrent of time. The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
She's just a
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Some of them are like home to me now. I would say Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Transcatlia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones. The deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in Pale.
No offense. But your partner? Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, A filterless cigarette from Misk.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember the smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Heroic doses, Harifea. Heroic. Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Like looking into the ocean at night. In the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined. Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's
in the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
the wheels all small and round, multi-axle trailers.
Yes.
No elaboration.
They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where it's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south? It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not pale drivers. Way beyond this and dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child growing on the leg. Josiana.
There is nothing more to do now. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scout.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person. Oh.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Oxid.
He crosses his arms and turns his head away. A disappointed look.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Me?
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot.
Very.
Apricot suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the apricot suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. No, it's very cool, officer. You're a cool cop for caring about the...
The door has braved the elements for decades. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and so is the knocker, shaped like a lion's head. Someone is moving around in the apartment. You hear the water being turned off, and the tenant must be cleaning up. That means you're too late. Nothing more to do here. Better report back to Everard. No answer. The key stops midway in the lock. Something's blocking its path. The tenant's key is in the lock. The lieutenant looks first at the door, then back at you, then signals you to back off from the door.
That already defeats the point, doesn't it? Let's get out of here.
As you turn to leave, you hear footsteps on the other side. Yes.
We should leave and go talk with Everard. Tell him what happened, that we couldn't open the door. Maybe that...
The door has braved the element.
Чудно. Чудно. Это можно было сделать. Да. Но. Ну, варианты тут, конечно, пиздец.
Looking for something?
de bois. Every worker, you fucked up. You waited too long, the weasel came back, and now you can't open the door I asked you to open. Everard forgives, Harry. Don't cry, my boy. It's gonna be all right. I'm still gonna tell you about the murder. That's just the way I am. Benevolent. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by...
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired...
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very rich. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Потом досмотришь, еперный театр. Это же запись.
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very... But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy. The one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to... There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already...
Again, that sounds like...
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the..." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error? Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security...
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everard before you've even courted him properly.
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to... Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they own... Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to...
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat? He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as
Так
possible,
понятно, кто стоит за
as
этим убийством,
vaguely
блядь,
as
что
he
за...
can, deliberately omitting
О чем речь, блядь? В чем смысл разговора, блядь? Его товарищи, чувачки, блядь, ёбнули другого чувачка. Ни те не хорошие, ни другие не хорошие. Убийцы, блядь, вот там товарищи, которых арестовать нельзя, блядь. Подмогу бы вызвать нельзя. 2 чувака, которые приехали и смотрят за мной, блядь, они для того, чтобы, блядь, помочь мне арестовать этих товарищей. Все, чё? О чем мы беседуем, я не понимаю.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in
Я должен их
Martinez.
убедить,
It will be righteous.
чтобы они сдались
We're gonna
правосудию,
get
что,
those
блядь,
teenagers off drugs
путем своего
and on roller skates.
красноречия. Ебать, если это работа полицейского, то извините. Тупая работа, наверное. Это, блядь, пиздец. С таким даром нужно, блядь, в президента пиздохать.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Yes, yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned, in either the sea or the bottle.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth center.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Ну-ка, телевизор, блядь, кто тебе просил выключаться, не выключаться?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen. We're gonna build a youth center there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm
He means it.
Да ладно, блядь.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, Mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth. Take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings. Almost wall to wall, practically integrating. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things. And citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
Крутой куб из перита, блять. Почему минус... Блять, я не знаю. Ладно, хуй с ним.
There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
I should have seen it. Evra probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Понял. Блять. Интересно. Странно.
You're back before the cargo.
Очень странно. Не, Мне, как обычно, блядь, мои какие-то чувства говорят, что во благо, но по сути молодежный центр, конечно, здорово, во благо, да, но, блядь, ну и стройка, блядь, разрешений. Я выбрал сначала переселение, а потом уже стройку. Таких решений нет. Есть либо отсутствие стройки, либо стройка. Из третьих решений.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
It's you again. What is it?
Авторитет, но сейчас опять пушку всего.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing here? Let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my...
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
А, я могу еще раз попробовать. Сука. Блять. +1. Да, блять. Время пришло.
Behind the dockworker, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes. You see a heavy steel door.
Но эта дверь также непонятно, как скрыть.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is going.
Обида.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 4.
Ну что ж. Это будет очень интересно.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual...
Good. Everard will have to start over with his scheming. When Isabel and Lillian dispute the signatures, the document will be rendered null and void. Any halfway competent notary should be able to handle this. Not getting their actual signatures was probably the best thing to do. Now all we have to do is mail these. I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM sticker.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Стандартный набор.
Before the cargo.
Там сидит его брат в контейнере.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be now. What can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun.
See, forging that signature well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead. Why a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from...
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men. Or 15 men. Or even, the more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the...
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local...
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. $2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry...
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez. And to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics. maybe illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
Benefit is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperazole.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the... But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away.
He's basically admitting to it.
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth. And everyone's gonna pull their weight. Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific Union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building. Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
Чё, блядь? Мусорка называется Куна, блядь. Нет. Не Куна. Не понял, кто это был? Подожди. Память. Память, сука. Работай, падла. Мусорка, мусорка. Блядь, слышал уже?
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt. I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Harry! By now, you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some... Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset! I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth center supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the center, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. And the pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that. And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together.
Я так и знал, что вы что-то задумали. Из каких... На какой строчке, блядь, вдруг... Эта фраза должна звучать адекватно.
I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man richer than Joyce Messier with great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jam. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what? Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
Чудеса на виражах, блядь. Ебать! Чё это с риторикой, блядь? Блять, риторику можно, конечно, конкретно укачать. Да, у меня все теперь можно тихонечко подкачать. Но 10 часов с мусоркой встретиться. Найдите вход в потайной коридор. О, ебать, по времени-то. Качнуть территорики, уваривать, блядь, цилиндр, контейнер. Конечно же, я этого делать не буду. Ладно, пока на этом все. Всем спасибо, всем пока. Если у меня, конечно, запустится GeForce Experience.